groups and orders of the fights put up on the wall. You can go have a look at that. And I'll ask for the first fighters to get ready in court 1. That's Horvat Chaba and Anna Maria. On court 2, that's Vladimir Jovanovic and Stefan Stamenkovic. Enjoy.
Can you give a big round of applause for the Longsword tournament, please?
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Longsword tournament on Swordplay 2018. My name is Jovana Kostic, and joining me today is no one. So I will be giving you some details about fighters on both rings. In Arena 2, we already have a match that started, so Stefan Stamenkovic versus Vladimir Jovanovic, both from the local Terca club. In Arena 1, we have also a match that started between Horvat Andras Chaba and Ana Maria Petrescu. Chaba is our returning contestant, and this is first time Ana Maria is joining Swordplay, so we hope to see her again next year. And Chaba has first 2 points in this match. On the other side, Stefan Stamenkovic did very nice hit to the head and started off that match with 4 points. Kakav no afterblow?
Nema afterblow posle glave.
Da, ma dobro, spomeni. So in arena number 2, we have already finished match with 8 points towards null for Stefan Stamenkovic. So each match can finish in several different ways, either with 7 points of difference or higher, in which case the match is instantly finished and we have a winner who is awarded 3 points, loser gets 1. Also, match lasts for 2.5 minutes, so when the time runs out, of course, fighter with more points is having the win with the same amount of points. If it is a draw, each opponent gets 2 points, and if we get 4 double hits, everybody is awarded with 0 points. Ivan Filipović se zove na drugu arenu, borilište broj 2. So in arena number 2 we will have Borislav Krustev against Ivan Filipović.
Možda sedneš ovdje da radiš.
Dobro. So in arena number 1, we have Andras leading with 6 points. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties, so we are already on the second match. With Tamas Kish against Nenad Nikic. So, fighter from Terca is going against Arsensis fighter. Tamas is our silver medalist from the last year. So in Arena 1, we have Nenad Nikic, who started off with 3 points. Both fighters are moving pretty fast, trying to find a good angle to strike a blow, measuring out their distance. Exchanges are pretty intense because everybody is trying to give proper strike, which will be awarded with points, because otherwise it will be a no exchange. So we have an after blow, so there is 0 points. The only moment when there can be no after blow is when fighter hits his opponent to the head. After strike to the head, there is no after blow. And unfortunately, we have also first double kill in this match. So fighters strike each other at the same time. After 4 double hits, fighters are disqualified and there is 0 points award. In arena number 2, we have Borislav Krustev, who started off with 4 points, so for strike to the head. And we have another strike to the head, so after only in less than 30 seconds, this match is over with Borislav Krustev winning with 8-0. Okay, so in arena number 2, we have Umut Gumus against Dino Turkovic. So fighters, please join us. Some are already here, some are just joining us. Umut has slight disadvantage because he has an injury from yesterday, but hopefully this will not affect him to give his best performance today as he did yesterday on a side sword tournament. So best of luck to both of fighters. For the first time here, both of them. And this is something you will see very often. Fighters before starting the match are saluting to each other, towards the judges and towards the audience, and their first exchange is friendly, just to show that this is a sport and not an actual fight. Back to the fight in arena number 1. So the time is out. Before the last exchange, result was 3-0 for Nenad Nikic. And we will see what is the final call from the judges' side. In arena number 2, Dino opened up the match with 2 points. But Umut is coming back with hit to the head, so now it's 4-2. Guys are adding extra protection to their club member. As you can see, protection is very important to all of the fighters because we really want to keep each other safe so we can get more and more opportunity to fight each other. This was a really nice exchange. You could see several attempts of hits. They were blocked, but in the end we had, I think, a clean cut. So let's just see. Judges need to consult with fighters just to check if there were any possible riposts after blows. Unfortunately, it turns out that it was a double kill, so fighters hit each other at the same time without any possibility of defending themselves, so this is something that all fighters want to avoid in order not to lose points. Okay, this time I think the situation is a bit clearer. There was hit to the body and hit to the floor, so 2 points are awarded to Dino, and we have a draw again, so it's 4 versus 4.
In arena number 2, we just saw a fighter drop his sword. This can often happen, especially when the fighters have a loose grip on the swords, when they're not choking the swords. This can happen in hard thrusts, where the sword has nowhere to go, so it really just pops out of the fighter's hands.
So technical difficulties at Arena 1 are over, and judges are going back to their final decision. We're going to see if Nenad is really going to be a 7-0 winner.
Arena number 2, both fighters attempted an overhead cut. Even when you close the line, the sword can still have contact with the bind, with your opponent's sword and with the opponent's head as well at the same time. That can be one of the safest ways to strike, to control your opponent's blade and deliver the hit in one tempo. We'll see what the judges make of the call.
Okay, I think we have a final decision, or no, we have a final consultations.
Arena number 2, we had another example of the overbind. It's very typical technique for German longsword. It's one of the easiest ways to stop and control your opponent's sword by cutting from above. In arena number 2, the current score is 9-7 for Dino, with only 3 seconds on the clock.
And we're back to fighting in arena number 1. So again, we have 3-0 for Nenad Nikic. After all the consultations, hit to the head was not awarded to Nenad. So with this close bind, it can be a problem to make a call, clean call, who did the first strike. So it was an after blow after the cut to the body. Tamas also made an after blow in the same way, so it was a 0-point exchange. Now we saw actually two things. Tamas made a strike on Nenad, and also he forced him out to the ring. So in case the strike was not hit, in case the strike did not land, it would be a first warning for Nenad for the ring out. After that, for each time that he would step out of the ring, Tamas would be awarded with 3 points. So again, we had a 0-point exchange. Fighters are really trying to give their after blows in order to annul the points that might be awarded to their opponent. This is very close to a double kill, but there is a great difference in tempo, so fighters need to know that difference and always try to be safe.
Arena number 2, we have fighters walking through the guards. Arena number 2, in the previous exchange, we had both fighters attempting stances with a point forward. So either Langort or transitioning from Langort, Sprechfenster and Alber. Now we had a simultaneous swing.
So we have okay, judges made a draw decision, 3-3. Tamas had some comments, but they were not taken into consideration.
Arena number 1, we have both fighters moving in and out of measure, preparing the optimal distance for their strike.
Inače, za domaću publiku koja prvi put gleda ovakvu vrstu turnira, kratka informacija, čisto da biste mogli lakše da pratite šta se dešava. Kada počne meč koji traje 2,5 minuta, borci treba da uđu u ring, kada se svaki poen onda i broji. Udarci, to jest pogoci u ekstremitete, znači ruke i noge, se broje kao 2 poena, udarac u telo vredi 3 poena, dok udarac u glavu vredi 4. Naravno, borci moraju da paze da budu bezbedni, tako da svaki put kada udare moraju da probaju da se odbrane. Ukoliko se istovremeno borci udare mačevima, to se broji kao nebezbedni udarac. Posle 4 takva udarca, borci se diskvalifikuju, to jest izlaze iz meča sa 0 poena. Borac koji pobedi dobija 3 poena, onaj koji izgubi dobija poen, a ukoliko je nerešeno na kraju borbe, svaki borac dobija po 2 poena u grupnoj fazi. Iz svake grupe po 2 borca idu dalje. This was really aggressive attack from Tamas because we are close to the end of the match. Time already ran out. And we have a draw. After this last exchange, Tamas made it to the 7 points in total, which made the same amount of points as Nenad. So they both end this match with 2 points.
Longsword has 8 groups of fighters in total, so from each group, one fighter will progress out of the group stage into the elimination phase, which is set for tomorrow in the morning hours.
So in arena number 1, we have a next match between Rado Sinanov and Vanja Nikolic.
Arena number 2 has fighters really aggressively fighting for the distance, for the arena, for the area that they're fighting in, more so than going directly for the opponent. Cuts to the arm are very common because that's the closest target that you can reach. And the arm is also a very valid target in a martial sense because that is what carries the sword. Arena number 1 has both fighters trying to provoke the opponent into action. Some of the provocations are with manipulation of distance and measure. The others are with threatening with the point of the sword. So as you can see in all of the matches, it's not enough, it's not sufficient just to strike the opponent. You need to be able to defend yourself from a potential afterblow, from a potential hit that comes after your strike. In arena number 2, we just had an example of the afterblow with the red fighter landing his strike first, and then the blue fighter retaliating or riposting with a strike or an afterblow.
In arena number 1, Vanya made an opening with 4 points. It's slicing through on the head. Both fighters are playing really safe, keeping on the staying on the edge of the distance. But Radosin now gets 2 points for a strike on the hand. They still have enough time to make a good difference between them in the points.
Arena number 2 just had an attempt where we saw a successful close of the center line and a successful defense from the afterblow. So the red fighter managed to strike his opponent in the head and then defend from a very quick attempt at an afterblow.
Last exchange in arena number 1 ended with 0 points exchange because there was an afterblow. And now, again, Radosin made a hit to the arm. So it's a draw. It's 4 versus 4 points with 1 minute left.
Arena number 2 has Umut going up against Stefan. Stefan was, for last year's Swordplay, he took 3rd place in Longsword. And he took the award for Master of Defense. Master of Defense in Swordplay is awarded to the fighter who receives the least points in the group stage. Master of Defense is a very important title for us because we want to promote safe fighting and not just scoring by any means, not just winning the match with a tight difference in score, but instead just not being hit at all. That's what's preferable in HEMA.
Često ćete vidjeti da se sudije između sebe konsultuju šta se tačno desilo, ali također i da pitaju borce šta je bilo u toku prethodne razmene. Obzirom da ovdje ne postoje električni pokazatelji kao u sportskom mačevanju kada se primio, odnosno zadao neki udarac, vrlo je bitno da su borci pošteni, to jest da priznaju i da pokažu kada su primili neki udarac.
To remind our viewers for the scoring system, head is worth 4 points, head and the neck, while the torso is worth 3 points, arms and legs are worth 2 points. If a fighter manages to achieve a lead of 7 or more points, he wins the match. And if the time runs out, the win goes to the fighter with the higher score at that point.
In Arena 1 we had an exchange which ended up with Vanya striking to the arm, but there was also an afterblow to the arm, so in the end there is a 0-point exchange. They have only 22 seconds to the end of the match, so it is really close, 4 points difference only, so one hit to the head could get to the draw. But in the end, this strike to the head is done by Vanya, so he wins with 12 to 4 points.
Arena number 2 just had, currently we have a score of 6-0 for Stefan.
And in arena number 1, we will have Vlad Chinaru against Ljubomir Kotov. Ljubomir is coming from Motus Club from Bulgaria, and Vlad is from Iron Will Hema Academy. A lot of guys from both clubs are here today, and we really like that. And it is becoming a small Balkan Hema group around here, going from country to country, visiting tournaments.
Arena number 2, we had the blue fighter attempt to do a combination of strikes, but his opponent probably managed to land a strike. The judge awarding 0 points for that exchange. An afterblow invalidates points, so afterblows go make the exchange go for 0 points. After successful strikes to the head, there can be no afterblow. But if both fighters strike at exactly the same time, we call this a double hit. This is a situation which we want to avoid, both fighters recklessly swinging at each other. Therefore, if 4 such double hits occur within a match, the match ends with a score of 0-0 and both fighters lose.
And in the first exchange at arena number 1, we had the testing of the strength, holding the sword, using that against the opponent. So for the first and the opening, Ljubomir is getting 3 points for strike to the torso.
Stefan Stamenkovic won the match in arena number 2. The score of 10-0. He's probably making another attempt at the Master of Defense title. The next match in arena number 2, Borislav Krustev versus Efe Tunkay. Arena number 2 has fighters going wide and attempting to control the fighting area, not eager to go into a quick exchange, but once they do, you can see the hits start flying from both sides. Fighters trying to cut their opponent's sword away from the center line.
So in arena number 1, Ljubomir Kotov took the victory with 7 points to null. We had first hit to the torso, then we had a double hit, both fighters striking to torso at the same time, and in the end Ljubomir did a hit to the head. And now we are preparing for the next match between Horvat Andras Čaba and Radosin Nanov.
Arena number 2 had Borislav Krustev, the blue fighter, attempt to enter measure with an upsetsen, which was immediately attacked by his opponent, and then after which you could see both fighters attempt to swing and pass the opponent's strike with their sword. Arena number 2 has the score still at 0-0. You could really see both fighters attempting to not give any easy points to their opponents.
Radosin tried to start from the high guard, strike Čaba on the head, but his attempt failed and Čaba used that opportunity to hit Radosin on the hand. Čaba is actually our gold medalist from the last year. Let's see if he can repeat this success, but this year he has more opponents to go against.
In arena number 2, the first points go to the blue fighter, setting the score of 4-0. The scoring is set up in such a way that two unopposed hits to deep targets can end the match. So the head is worth 4 points, the torso is worth 3 points. A head and a torso can end the match, and giving the fighter the 7 points advantage he needs to win.
So there was a call for a hit to the hand by Radosin and awarding him 2 points, but Čaba had a challenge, but it was not valid, so there is no more challenge opportunities for Čaba in this match.
Arena number 2 has the fighters receiving their second double. They only have a buffer of 1 more double hit, because if they make 4 doubles in one match, the match ends with a score of 0-0.
So Čaba received 2 points for strike to the hand. We have 4-2 result. And once again, a very fast strike to the hand.
Arena number 2 has the judges consulting, the main judge consulting the side judge and consulting both fighters. Fighters are encouraged to cooperate with judges, to call their hits and admit the hit quality both for themselves and for their opponents.
Možete primetiti da je ovako su u pitanju dugi mačevi, borci koriste vrlo uske poteze kako bi bili brži. Znači, ta eksplozivnost je vrlo bitna pri postizanju poena. Na primjer, u prvoj areni ste mogli malo pre da vidite Ljubomira koji dosta, odnosno Radosina, prostite, koji dosta široko zamahuje i pri tome gubi snagu i brzinu. Na primjer, Čaba je to iskoristio da uhvati svog protivnika u trenutku kada nije bio spreman, to jest kada nije držao mač prema njemu, da ga udari u ruku. Jeste da je mali broj poena, ali opet vodi ga dosta bliže pobedi. Sada je trenutno 8:2, što znači da je 1 poen dovoljan da se napravi razlika od 7 i da imamo pobednika.
A common occurrence, even after landing a hit, fighters go in for another hit and another, so fighters usually keep fighting until the judges call stop, because they don't know if the hit they landed is quality or will be judged. And even if you are sure you landed a good hit, or even if a hit landed on you, you're encouraged to exit the measure, exit the distance safely, and not just stand up. So that way, even if you do get hit, you are ready for the strike.
So after the last match in Arena 1 where Chaba won, we have new fighters. Tamash Kish and Vlad Chiamaro are getting ready. Again, guys from our senses and Iron Will Hema Academy. This year we have a lot new fighters coming from Romania, so we would like to thank everybody who came last year and that spread out the good word about Swordplay and bringing their fellow clubmates to this year's fighting.
Arena number 2 has fighters really giving it their all, fighting for every point, so no points are given easily.
Tamash opened the first Arena number 1 match with 4 points with strike to the head. Now there needs to be a bit of consulting because the exchange was pretty fast and close. So 4 points are awarded to Vlad because after the hit to the head there can be no after blows. So we are on a draw right now. This was very clean strike from Tamash. You could see the feather bend, so it is really difficult to do that because it is a big sword, but it is additional proof to judges that the strike had quality. So he received additional 3 points.
4 fighters to progress from the group stage to the elimination stage, which is tomorrow. Every win is scored with 3 points, every tie is scored with 2 points, and every loss is worth 1 point. Losses that occur from 4 doubles award fighters 0 points. So a regular loss is better than a loss due to 4 double hits. In Arena number 2, we just had both fighters achieve 4 doubles, so they ended the match with a score of 0. The next match in Arena number 2 is Dino Turkovic versus Vladimir Jovanovic.
So at Arena number 1 we have Tamash winning the match with 13-4. And the next round, next fight will be between Vanja Nikolic and Ana Maria Petrescu. Vanja Nikolić is our marathon fighter. 2 years ago, he had a match which took a very long time. Each of the fighters had over 30 points, so over 40 points, I stand corrected. So it was a really long match, just for both fighters trying to make this point difference, giving out all they have, but in the end it was really nice to watch. It was terrible for the fighters, I guess, but for everybody else around the ring, it was great to see. And this is going to be interesting because Vanya says that girls are a tougher opponent than guys. Let's see if this is going to be the case. Ana Maria has a lot to work against.
You could see fighters helping the judges make the calls, calling the hits that landed on them. This is the third year of Swordplay, the second international Swordplay, and it's been the atmosphere each time, a good air of sportsmanship, people fighting the good fight and not fighting merely for points and not gaming the system. Fighters truly attempting to give it their all and not just being there for the win.
So Ana Maria received 3 points for strike to the body. We have 4-3 for Vanya for now, and 2 minutes left till the end of this match. As you can see, they're testing their distance measure, seeing which way they can go, if they should move more to the side, trying to find that loop and place where they can land a hit. And they decided to go for the hit almost at the same time. Let's see if it was a double hit or they will just say that it was an afterblow.
Arena number 2 has both fighters making the most out of their cross guards, defending with the strong, which is the safest part of the blade. That's why it's called the strong. Arena number 2 has the score of 4-4, with the fighters just now receiving their first double kill.
So it was a 0 points exchange at the arena number 1. And fighters continuing from where they left off.
For strikes to be valid, if the judges think that a strike is not valid, they can award no quality and award no points. In order for a strike or a cut or a thrust to have quality, it needs to meet certain requirements. A rough guideline is for strikes to travel at a 60 arc angle and travel at least 30 centimeters. Cuts should have a cutting surface of 10 to 15 centimeters pushed or drawn, while thrusts need to inflict enough pressure or force to give a slight bend to the sword.
U prvom borilištu ste malo pre mogli da vidite kako u stvari strpljenje pobeđuje snagu. Ana Marija je pokušala da se zaleti u protivnika. Vanja je to iskoristio tako što je se samo smireno pomerio korak u stranu i uspeo je da udari protivnika, odnosno protivnicu u ruku. 2 poena ipak. I trenutno smo na 8-3 za Vanju. Još jedan udarac i to bi mogla da bude razlika u poenima za pobedu.
Arena number 2 has fighters with 4 doubles, so both fighters want to avoid the situation of another double hit.
And the match at arena number 1 is finished 10-3, so 7-point difference was achieved and Vanja Nikolic took victory.
Often you can see both fighters realizing that they are in adequate measure for an attack. That's when, those are the situations where both fighters try to seize the opportunity. That's how double hits can occur, when both fighters attempt to strike in at the same time.
Ljubomir Kotov and Nenad Nikic are the pair in the arena number 1. Ljubomir will be blue fighter and Nenad will be red.
You could see arena number 2, one-handed swing attempt. The strikes with one hand are valid, so you can cut or strike and even thrust with one hand. The downside of such attacks is that if your opponent manages to get you in a bind and he's using 2 hands, he will probably be able to dominate the bind and win the center line.
Nenad made the thrust to the head and he receives first 4 points in the arena number 1. You can see that fighters are going really strong, trying to make sudden moves, give the hits as quickly as possible. This could be a good tactic, but also risky one, because in this case, protection can be a bit difficult, defending themselves. It has to be really fast, because one that is attacked is always in panic and can give back the riposte, and it can end up in double kill.
Arena number 2 has Dino Turkovic emerging as a winner with a score of 11-4. The next fight in arena number 2 is Aleksandar Ardalic versus Ivan Filipovic.
So Nenad is leading with 6 points in arena number 1. We had a strike here. Let's see if there was a double kill for some reason. But it could also be a ring out if there is no hit. Oh, so it was a strike for Ljubomir. So first 3 points for him in this match.
Arena number 2, the match just started. Fighters went in for an informal greeting. And in some fights, fighters attempt to feel out their opponent. While in this match, fighters went into the bind very aggressively, very early into the match. We could see the red fighter exiting the fighting area, going for a ring out. The first ring out is just a match stop and fighters are reset to their starting positions, while every other ring out after the first one has points awarded to their opponent. No strikes can be delivered while the opponent is in ring out, but if a strike is attempted while the opponent is still inside the ring, it is counted, even if it lands at the moment the opponent exits the ring and goes into ring out.
U areni broj 1 ste mogli da vidite da, iako je borac zadao udarac, on ipak posle toga nestaje, zato što uvek može da se desi da protivnik krene da uzvrati. Iz tog razloga je bitno ili zaštititi se ili nastaviti kroz blok da preći u naredni udarac u stvari. Nenad je to malo pre uradio i na taj način je dobio poene plus je bio i zaštićen, tako da imamo trenutno 8-5 i minut i 20 sekundi do kraja.
Arena number 2 has blue fighter winning. He managed to finish the match with an Unterschnitt, with a cut from below to his opponent's arm. Opponent's torso, awarding him 3 points, making it 7 total difference, enough to finish the match.
So with additional 2 points, we have 12-5 for Nenad Nikic in arena number 1. In this way, he took victory. And next pair, we will have Horvat Andras Čaba as blue fighter, and Vanja Nikolic will be the red one.
Arena number 2 has Stefan Stamenkovic as the blue fighter versus Dino Turkovic as the red fighter.
I think our audience has the biggest problem here choosing which arena to watch, because all of the fighters that are here tonight are really strong, really giving 110%, as they would say in football. So really people enjoy and really have fun, because what you see here tonight is the best of HEMA in the region.
You could see fighters trying to bait out their opponent's reaction with either a strike or even a threat of a potential strike. After the opponent reacts, you are free to strike on the other side, and probably safe, because their sword and arms are moving away from you, reacting to your feint, your provocation and bait. In arena number 2, both fighters are trying to control the center, spending a lot of time in Langort, not giving their opponents an easy way to enter the distance safely.
Vanja received first 2 points in arena number 1. If you saw Čaba hitting him in the torso, it was out of tempo, so there was no after blow awarded. But now Čaba managed to hit Vanja to the hand, so they both have 2 points.
The current score for arena number 2 is 6-0 for Stefan, so any quality strike is enough to end the fight for the blue fighter. Arena number 2 has the blue fighter, Stefan Stamenkovic, winning the match with a score of 8-0.
In arena number 1, I think Anders managed to hit Vanya to the head, but because of the position of the swords, it got stuck. We will see if judges will call it as a slicing, because I don't think there was enough force for a hit or that it went under the correct angle. So this is why judges are consulting with fighters just to make a proper call. Yeah, so in the end it was a slicing over the head, and 4 points are awarded to Chaba, and we have 8-2. 2 points needed for the, 1 point needed for the point difference.
The next match in arena number 2 is Borislav Krustev from Bulgaria versus Alexander Ardalic from Serbia. You could see some very staple longsword techniques in arena number 2, with one fighter adopting a point forward stance, a langort, while the other fighter fighting from the fom tag. And then you saw a very typical exchange, an upsetsen that was parried, and then an attempt for the Sver to the outside.
So Chaba won the match in arena number 1. I think we will be coming close to final matches in these two groups at arena number 1. We will have now Tamas Kish and Ljubomir Kotov.
Again, we saw very typical longsword techniques. Zwerhaus can be very wide strikes from the sides, but even though the strike is coming from a wide angle, it's a very fast strike because the sword, the balance point of the sword and the crossguard remains fairly stationary. The tip of the sword and the point is what's traveling from the side, making it a very quick attack and rather hard to defend against.
Fight in arena number 1 started with Tamas making a thrust to the body, I think. We will see if the judges agree with me. But they were really on the edge of the distance, so to make this strike, there was really need for a push forward. Okay, there was an after blow also besides this thrust, so there are no points awarded to this exchange.
Arena number 2 has both fighters attempting very high guards, and just in the onset they go with a few attacks, and then afterwards they meet the opponent high. We have an attempt at a grapple, and the judge breaks up the grapple. For a grapple, points can be awarded if you manage to achieve a dominant position, but if a dominant stance is not achieved quickly, within a few seconds of grappling, judges will break up the grapple and call stop and award 0 points. This is done for safety purposes because fighters are fighting on a hard surface.
You could see Tamas moving through different stances. It's almost like instead of a sword, he's having a whip. And this is something that fencers often use in order to just confuse their opponents, get some opening to see if it is possible to make a hit.
You can feel the confidence of the more experienced fighters, how easily they change from guard to guard, being able to threaten and attack their opponent from every possible position of the sword. The current score for arena number 2 is 10-4 for Borislav Krustev. We had an attempt in arena number 2 from the red fighter to void the attack by going in low. For some attacks, if you can avoid it entirely, you may not need to parry if you can get yourself out of the way. A lot of fighters who have control of their sword can change the direction of their strike and easily adapt, so such attacks are very difficult to just evade.
We are still on 6-0 for Ljubomir in Arena 1 because fighters are giving their best. There are a lot of after blows, so exchanges end with 0 points. But here we saw Tamash's extension with a single arm using the longsword. This is giving an advantage and possibility to reach the opponent even when they're out of distance. And it was a success, 3 points for Tamash. There is a correction actually, so the thrust was to the throat, and this counts as 4 points.
Arena number 2 has the blue fighter, Borislav Krustev, emerging as the winner.
So 4 points additionally for Tamash for hit in the head. Now we have 8-6. You can see that points can turn really fast. With just 2 strikes to the head, it's enough to get into the advantage position.
Arena 2 has Vladimir Jovanovic as the blue fighter and Umut Gumush as the red fighter. Arena 2 has the fighters taking their time at a wide measure, swinging to their opponent's hands, trying to provoke a reaction in order to get a safe opening that they can attack to.
So additional 4 points for Ljubomir in arena number 1. So, and we are at 10-8 now. There are some additional consultation. Let's see if this number of points is going to change.
Judges need to see significant pressure, significant strength and speed of an attack to award it quality, to award it points. That's why fighters are encouraged to keep fighting until the judges call stop, because some of the strikes that do land can potentially be of insignificant quality, and the judge can let the exchange go on.
Sudije i borci često moraju da se konsultuju oko kvaliteta udarca, zato što, iako ponekad može da zvuči da je udarac bio kvalitetan, to je samo udarac u plastiku koje je na štitnicima, bilo na rukama ili na nogama. Iz tog razloga je potrebno uvek duplo proveriti da li je taj udarac zaista bio vredan. Pored udaraca, borci mogu da koriste taktike sečenja i takođe i bodenja. Bod mora da bude kvalitetan, po mogućstvu da se vidi savijanje mača, naravno ne treba koristiti prekomernu silu, ali potrebno je ipak uneti određenu silu pri tom bodu. Znači ne može se bosti dok se takmičar povlači, u tom slučaju kvalitet nije validan. Sečenje mora da bude pod određenim uglom, mora da bude nekih 10 do 30 cm po telu borca i takođe udarac mora da sleti, da tako kažemo, na borca pod određenim uglom, 45 do 60 stepeni. Znači potrebno je da borac izrazi nameru da zaista zada kvalitetan udarac. Ne može se računati kao validan udarac čisto mahanje mača. Iz tog razloga može često da se desi da borci dođu u situaciju da su u mogućnosti da zadaju udarac u neki od zabranjenih delova tela. To su potiljak, leđa, to jest kičma, zadnji deo kolena, ahilova tetiva i prsti na nogama. Ukoliko borac dođe u situaciju da može da udari te delove protivnika, potrebno je samo da izrazi nameru, ali ne da ga i zaista udari, zato što ne želimo da imamo ozbiljne povrede, odnosno ne želimo da imamo ikakve povrede na ovom turniru. Iz tog razloga se uvek preporučuje borcima da samo krenu mačem ka tom delu tela i da se zaustave, sudije će to naravno nagraditi poenima. A drugi borac zahvalnošću što nije povređen. And in the end, with 20-10, we have a win for Tamas Kish in arena number 1. It was really long match with a lot of questions, but as you can see, fighters are giving their best and really want to go forward with this competition. And now we will have Ana Maria Petrescu and Radomir Nanov in arena number 1. So guys, prepare. Baš je onako drnd.
Nisam, znaš, pažnju
malo... Da, naravno, samo
ono što
mi
jesam
smetati.
primetio je da ste ima lepo kretanje. Znaš, dosta lepo ide bočno, brzo se kreće, laka je na nogama, što mi je uvijek lepo da vidim.
Jeste.
Mislim da je to posebno važno za borce koji su manje težine. Da, po konstituciji
manje, da.
Mnogo je bitno, ono, jer ako si ti statičan neko koji je jači od tebe, ono... Arena number 2 has fighters very eagerly wanting to stay in the bind. This can be a good way to fence safely, because as long as you're in the bind, you can feel your opponent's sword and you know what type of pressure he's attempting to apply, and you can feel the moment he exits the bind to do something else. That's why certain fighters feel very comfortable in closer measure within the bind, just feeling and holding their opponent's sword through the pressure they achieve. Unfortunately, when you do stay in the bind, you are probably at a closer measure, therefore allowing your opponent to swing at you to potentially even reach deep targets. Such was the case in the last exchange, with the blue fighter being able to land a thrust on the red fighter's head.
Radicin achieved 4 points for strike to the head. We are moving on with this match, and you can see that Ana Maria has really nice and fluent movement, which is always nice to see with fighters. Usually everybody is just focused on striking, but moving is also very important and can bring advantage. Of course, there are always some funny things that can happen, and Ana Maria told us that she found that at one point that doing a hard parry against a really big guy can end up with you flying on the other side of the ring. So we hope that we will not see this today.
For arena number 2, the current score is 8-5 for Vladimir Jovanovic. Time on the clock is 8 seconds remaining. With 4 points awarded for the previous exchange to the blue fighter, Vladimir Jovanovic wins the match with a final score of 12-5.
At arena number 2, we are having Ivan Filipovic and Jakub Efe Tunkao preparing. Pardon my Turkish if I'm saying your last name. Tuncao. You will teach me later. Arena number 1 had the last exchange with 0 points. We are moving forward, checking out the opponent, changing stances. This is something that can give you the advantage when you don't know who you're fighting against. Usually fighters that come from the same club have experience against their opponents. They know their tactics, they know how they think. But when you're fighting someone for the first time, you always need to feel out their strategy. So in this case, Radosin took this advantage, and with 8-0, he took victory as well. We will have Nenad Nikic and Vlad Chirnau get ready at arena number 1. And in arena number 2, we started off with a double hit. So Efe received 2 points for strike to the hand. They're changing between high and low guards. A lot of hits to the cross guard, so if you hear the hit, it doesn't mean it was on the arm, it was actually on the sword. So judges needs to follow where that strike lands. Here we had an afterblow, so 0 points exchange. They both strike each other's opponent's hands. It was in the tempo, but not the same tempo, so it's okay. It was not a double kill. And we would like to take this opportunity once again to thank our sponsors for making this Swordplay this big and great. So Sparring Gloves, PBT, HEMA Shop, Neyman Fencing, and SPES are HEMA sponsors of Swordplay 2018, and besides them, Don Cafe, Henkel, and Telegroup as local sponsors helped us organize this event. Borci uvek moraju da budu spremni i da nastave akciju. Često se dešava da nije moguće završiti razmenu u prvom napadu. Zbog toga uvek mora postojati neka rezerva i razmišljanje o tome šta će biti sledeći napad, ali takođe i odbrana koja može da pomogne da se spasite od napada protivnika. Tako da iz tog razloga kada krene razmena udaraca, protivnici moraju dobro da razmišljaju kuda će dalje, da ne bi došli u situaciju da posle njihovog napada u stvari završe sa gubitkom poena, to jest da dobiju udarac od protivnika. Arena number 2 match is over. Efe wins against Ivan with 10-2. And in arena number 1 we have currently Nenad Ninkic leading with 6 points to null, and let's see what the call for this exchange is. It's a first double kill between Nenad and Vlad. Hopefully there will be no more of this in this match. When fighting for tournaments, usually fighters go for shallow targets, so they try to hit arms and legs, which bring lower number of points, but they are much safer to attack. In this case, Nenad managed to use this to make this 7-point difference, which brought him victory, and he was safe at this as well. Okay, we will have a 10-minute break now for judges to recuperate their voices. So groups number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are finished in this group round of Longsword competition, and after this 10-minute break we will have groups from 5 to 8 fighting. So bear with us and we are back soon. Thank you. contestants in group from 5 to 8. We have 5 minutes more until the matches begin, so be around arenas number 1 and 2 for the matches. We will try to keep on schedule. Thank you. Zapisničari, molim vas da se pripremite, uskoro krećemo sa daljim borbama. Infopult, molim vas da pozovete zapisničare da se vrate na svoje pozicije, pošto krećemo uskoro. Hvala. So we are off to start first matches in this round of the group phase. In arena number 1, we will have Balázs Kiršvek and Georgi Cifra. And in arena number 2, Zoltan Pal versus Marko Štuhec.
Arena number 2 has Zoltan as a returning fighter from last year's Swordplay, while Marko Štuhec is new to the Swordplay tournament. Fighters are quick to adopt fighting stances. We had a quick attack from the red fighter, the blue fighter attempting to defend and riposte. Both fighters going into a heavy guard in arena number 2, and both of them attempting cuts while exiting the bind.
Balázs and Georgi are first time here on Swordplay, and Balázs is opening their match with 4 points, strike to the head. We have short and clean exchanges. This one was saved by Georgi with an afterblow, so there is a 0 points exchange. They're continuing with 4-0.
We saw an attempt in arena number 2 for a one-handed strike. Again, these are legal. You can do a strike or a cut or even a thrust with one hand. The attack still needs to have sufficient quality for the judge to award points.
Balázs is leading now with 6 points, and fighters need to know that they should not stop until judges make the call. Unless the hit was really clean, they should not stop and look at the judge. If they want to report some hit, they should stop and raise their hand just to know that they have stopped because of this.
We want to remind our viewers how the scoring works. The head is worth 4 points, the torso is worth 3 points, and arms and legs are worth 2 points. The match ends when one of the fighters manages to achieve a lead in 7 or more points. If the time runs out, because fighters have 2.5 minutes for the bout, at that point the fighter with a higher score wins. For the group phase, each victory is worth 3 points, each tie is worth 2 points, and each loss is worth 1 point. Arena 2 has the fighters at 2 double kills. Double kills are penalized in the sense that if the fighters go for 4 double kills, the match ends with a score of 0-0 and is worth 0 points when judging who gets to go from the group phase to the elimination rounds. Elimination rounds will be held tomorrow for Longsword, Sidesword, and Rapier.
So Georgi made a hit to the hand, when with 2 points there is only a 4-point difference. So now Balázs, if he wants to win and have this 7 points difference, he needs to go for a clean hit to the torso at least, or hit to the head. Again, save with an after blow, so we're sticking to 6 versus 2 points.
The next fight in Arena 2 would be David Chege versus Mate Kalman-Nagy. Both fighters are club mates. Both fighters in Arena number 2 are club mates from Hungary, from the club Ars Ensis, the largest HEMA club from Hungary. David has been doing HEMA for 5 years and actively sparring for 1.5 years.
Balázs reached 8 points, and now there is a 1-point difference needed for the win, and they still have 50 seconds till the end of the match. And we saw an attempt of striking down the swords. And this way Balázs was trying to control the opponent's sword, and he managed to hit the head. And this is it. Balázs made enough difference, so 12-2 to win this match.
Besides provoking their opponent, fighters can use their extended arms to threaten the opponent, but provoking and threatening is not the only thing that you want to do. You want to sometimes offer a target to your opponent, a target they can reach. Therefore, you know what target they'll most likely go for and try to adjust your strategy.
Oliver Garas and Andras Berki are the next pair in arena number 1. We saw Oliver on different tournaments here on Swordplay, and now he's taking part at Longsword as well. Andras for the first time with us.
Current score for Arena 2 is 4-0 from Mate.
Fighters are now testing out the way they could approach each other and decided to go for a head-on strike. Oliver taking advantage of his heights, but of course Andras is not giving up that easily and trying to make an after blow. Let's see if it was all right. Okay, the after blow was with no quality, so Oliver receives 2 points for strike to the arm.
Arena 2 has George Rosic as the blue fighter and Alexander Ristic as the red fighter. Both are domestic fighters from Terca.
We had an attempt of cuts to the throat. Because of the height difference, it was a bit of challenging. So we had flying next to the opponent for Andras. But let's see if it had enough quality. No quality in this exchange, so we're continuing from 2-2 now.
Arena number 2 has fighters weighing each other out. Even though the fighters know each other, they want to get a feel for what tactic each of them is trying to employ this tournament, maintaining wide measure, and we just saw a hand snipe from the red fighter.
You could see a really nice exchange in arena number 1. There was a lot of attempt to make a strike, but opponents also managed to block this. And you could also see that movement was really cautious. Fighters were very close to the ring out, but they managed to see where the line is and just to pull back to the center. So there was no chance to call a ring out. But in the end, we will have to see who is going to be awarded with points. But anyway, it was a really nice exchange, so thank you, fighters. It is a 0-point exchange, so it was only for our pleasure people. Unfortunately, no points for them at this moment.
After consulting with the fighters for Arena 2, the judge calls no exchange, 0 points awarded for the previous exchange. The current score is 2-0 for Alexander Ristic. even though fighters are encouraged to go for deeper targets, for the head and for the torso, since those targets are worth more points. Hands are, even though they're worth less points, they're a valid target in a martial sense and, of course, in a competitive sense. It is the closest target that you can reach, and it is also what carries the sword. So controlling your opponent's arms is a good way to secure a safe win.
We were on the last 10 seconds on the match in the arena number 1, and only 2 seconds till the end. The judges made the call to stop the time. Let's see what is going to be decided points-wise, but whatever it is, if it is a draw, each of the fighters will receive 2 points. So in the last second, Andras made a strike to the head and got a lead of 4 points versus 2. And it is the end of the match time-wise.
After delivering a quality attack, it's often not enough to retreat out of measure. You also need to cover the line because your opponent can follow you and maintain the distance they need to still threaten you with their attacks.
This was a really photo finish for Andras, who won 4 versus 2 against Oliver. So the next fight will be between Irena Matovic and Yusuf Sidar Sahin. Irena from Serbia and Yusuf from Turkey. Irena will be blue fighter at this match, Yusuf will be red. We saw Irena yesterday on Side Sword tournament as well, so as you can see, ladies are fighting in several categories here. So maybe we can have a round of applause for her? Yay, thank you!
All 3 tournaments within Swordplay, so Longsword, Side Sword and Rapier, all of them are mixed categories, so all of them have men and women participating.
And this year we have more ladies involved in the competition. Last year there were 4, this time 6. Small but important steps for Swordplay.
Aleksandar Ristic in Arena 2, representing Balkan Hima, with the squatting. After deliberation, the judges make the call, award points to the red fighter. The red fighter, Aleksandar Ristic, wins the match with a score of 12-4. The next fighters in Arena 2 are Georgi Dimitrov and Peter Farago.
Yusuf made a hit on the leg against Irena. As you could see, he was going to a high stand, which made her put on the block above her head. And he used that and made a strike on the leg. So fighters always need to be composed and concentrated and patient in order to see where the strike is going to land, not where it looks like it's going to land.
Arena 2 had the blue fighter, Georgi, trying to rush his opponent and dominate him out of the ring. We will see what the judges call for that exchange. The red fighter managed to score a hit to the arm, gaining him 2 points.
Additional 2 points for Yusuf as well. He managed to strike Irena on the arm. So it's 4-0 right now, and 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
If a fighter goes outside of bounds or gets a ring out, the judges will stop the match, reset the fighters to their starting positions. No points are awarded for ring out, but after the first ring out, points go to the opposing fighter. If a strike is delivered while a fighter is traveling out of bounds, the strike is still scored.
You could see now Yusuf making a combo actually. He first struck Irena's sword, putting it from the central line and giving him the opening for the strike to the torso.
After one of the fighters exposes themselves with an attack, this is often an opportunity where their opponent rushes in. This can lead to afterblows or double kills. So one such example was just now in Arena 2, where one of the fighters went for a strike, managed to land it, but his opponent used that time and delivered a quick riposte before the first fighter managed to close the center line.
Irena managed to save her some points in the previous exchange with afterblow. But now the strike was more concrete, there was no afterblow, so Yusuf wins with 9-0.
Arena 2 saw the blue fighter attempting to give a wide overhead swing, while his opponent tried to avoid it by going low. Both fighters managed to have significant contact, making it an afterblow, making it a double kill, and giving 0 points for the exchange. So the fighters in Arena 2 have 1 double kill. If they reach 4 double kills, the match ends with a score of 0-0, and both fighters have lost the match. This rule is in place to discourage fighters from recklessly attacking.
So in arena number 1 we have school teammates from Iron Will Hemi Academy. And Andres started this match with 2 points.
Peter Farago won the match in Arena 2 with a score of 8-0. The next fighters in Arena 2 are Zoltan Pal versus George Rosic.
In Arena 1 you can see fighters not coming very close for the previous 2 exchanges and trying to make a hit with extension, with one-handed extensions of the longsword, hitting towards the arm and the leg, which is safer but not effective if you don't aim precisely. But in the last exchange we had a more concrete distance, trying to get deeper targets, so torso and the head. And let's see what is the judges' call on this one.
Remaining in measure after a provocation or a strike or a feint is an easy way to get yourself hit or punished in a shallow target. Arena number 2, we could see the red fighter attempting an overbind and trying to dominate the center line by controlling his opponent's sword. That is very frequent in longsword. Cutting from above can give you an advantageous position.
And in only under 30 seconds, we have a victory in arena number 1. Andrei took enough points to make a difference. So 8 points were enough for the win. So we will have a next pair ready. Balázs will be fighting Irena.
We can see fighters calling their own hits. This is a good example of fair play and fighters helping the judges to score the points. Fighters are also allowed to decline points if they feel that their hit quality was not sufficient. Arena 2 has the red fighter going from an Oberhangen, from an extended higher stance, but it appears that his opponent managed to land a quick snipe to the hand.
Možete vidjeti u areni 1 da se borci prvo odmeravaju, obzirom da nisu ranije imali međusobne razmene. Tako da je obično prva razmena u borbi sporija, testiraju jedno drugo. Balázs je krenuo malo nervozno, mada je postigao prva 2 poena u razmeni. Ali Irena može da ide na brzinu, da se kreće u stranu, na primjer. Iako bi uradila neki udarac sa strane, recimo tondo, time bi mogla da ostvari određene poene i udarcom u telo.
Fighters in the second arena have 2 doubles. If the fighters manage to get to 4 doubles, the match will end with a loss for both of them. We just saw a single-handed thrust from the red fighter, trying to catch his opponent off guard and out of measure. The thrust landed, awarding him 3 points. Even though the fighters are competing and trying to win the match, they still care for the safety of the other fighters, and the judges will also not allow the use of excessive force.
U areni broj 1 smo upravo imali prvi double kill, tako su sudije odlučile, znači procena je da su se borci istovremeno udarili. Ukoliko borci 4 puta napadnu na ovaj način, to jest nebezbedno krenu jedan na drugog istovremeno, oba borca završavaju meč sa po 0 poena. Međutim, u ovom trenutku Irena je imala challenge, tražilo je sudije da porazmisle o svojoj odluci, tako da su morali da se konsultuju dodatno sa oba borca. We had a great act of sportsmanship here from Irena's side, so she admitted that there was no hit from her side, and balance she is awarded with 3 points, so now we have 5 against 0.
Fighters are allowed to have teammates in their corner, helping them and coaching them, giving them advice and helping them formulate tactics on how to approach the match.
And with 7 points difference, Balash is the winner of this match. It would probably last a bit longer, but Irena was a true sportsman, and with this admitting of not being a double hit, she actually helped for the match to be clean and, well, ended pretty fast. So now we will have Oliver and Katalin in arena number 1. So guys, I hope you're ready.
The current score for Arena 2 is 5 points for Zoltan versus 3 points for Rosic. The judges deliberating on the previous exchange. The judges sometimes call on the fighters to ask them whether a certain hit had quality. The fighters are also free to challenge the judge's decision if they feel that what the judge called is not what happened in the exchange. If the judge agrees with the fighter who calls the challenge is awarded. But if the judge does not agree with the challenge, that fighter loses the right to challenge the judge's decisions for the remainder of the match. As you can see, the strikes are very quick, so voiding your enemy's attacks is extremely difficult. You need to first set up the situation and bait your opponent into attacking before going for the void and moving yourself offline. The current score in Arena 2 is 9 points for Zoltan and 3 points for Georgia. Zoltan being the blue fighter and Georgia being the red fighter.
So Catalin's attack was blocked from Oliver. He was going with a lower stand with a block and doing basically ridoppio. And this way he managed to get 2 points as an opening of this match.
In the previous exchange in Arena 2, we could see the red fighter attempt some very swift footwork, trying to outmaneuver his opponent by lateral movement. A lot of the hits are delivered at wide measure. This is due to some fighters adopting stances such as Longsword or Sprechfenster, with their hands extended, thus allowing their opponent to hit them even while they are at a significant distance.
So we have 2 points for Catalin in arena number 1, and they are tied now. It's 2 versus 2 points. But we have to wait a bit more because Oliver has a challenge of this call. So let's check if it is valid.
In arena number 2, the blue fighter managed to close out the match with a quick strike to the hand. The next fighters are David versus Georgi. David being the blue fighter, Georgi being the red fighter.
Za one koji su nam se skoro priključili, istorijsko evropsko mačovanje možete da pratite na 2 arene u okviru Swordplaya ovde na Gamesconu. Terca kao lokalni klub i organizator, a imamo učesnike iz još 6 zemalja, i kako iz regiona, tako i malo dalje. Imamo goste iz Turske. Ono što možete da vidite je način na koji se mačevalo između 14. i 16. veka. Majstori su tada podučavali ljude kako mogu da se odbrane kada treba da se reše određeni sporovi, da li je u pitanju pravno raspravljanje ili je u pitanju odbrana časti, ponekad je bilo i za ženu. A nekih 50 godina unazad moderni klubovi preko manuskripta koji su nam dostupni pokušavaju da rekonstruišu način na koji su ovi drevni majstori učili svoje učenike da mačuju. Sada je ovo polako prerastao u jednu ozbiljnu granu sporta i negde postoje tendencije da se sport uvede i u olimpijske igre. Naravno, pitanje je kada će se to desiti i da li će se desiti, ali do tada nam ostaju turniri koji se odigravaju kako u Evropi, tako i u ostatku sveta. Najveći turnir je naravno na severu Evrope, gde se odigrava svake godine, u pitanju je Swordfish, a kod nas je Swordplay već internacionalan sada 2. godinu i nadamo se da će se ova tradicija nastaviti. Arena number 1 is currently at 2 versus 4 points for Oliver, and we have also 2 double hits right now, so fighters need to be careful. They have 2 double hits left if they wish to finish this match with some points awarded. Oliver receives now additional 2 points for strike to the hand, and we have 6 versus 2. Next pair in arena number 2 will be Aleksandar Isic versus Marko Štuhec. Aleksandar is a fighter that we saw previously today in the Rapier tournament. He is originally a Longsword fighter, practicing several years now, and he started working on Rapier for a year. So, of course, we are expecting extremely nice fights from him. And Marko is, for the first time on our tournament, from Ars Gladiatoria School. Looking forward to a good match from their side. Eight versus 2 points now at arena number 1 with 1 minute and 10 seconds left till the end. Oliver is just 1 point away from 7 points difference. And we can see Kathleen really working hard to make Oliver's life difficult and not giving out these points that easy. Of course, all these attempts need to have proper strength and intention. So it will be judges' call if this was enough. This was saved by Oliver with the afterblow. We are continuing. Meanwhile, in arena number 2, judges are deliberating about the first exchange between Alexander and Marco. Fight in arena number 1 is currently stopped. Katalin needs medical attention, so hopefully it is nothing serious, but we always want to be sure. Although fighters wear a lot of protective gear, there can always happen to receive a hit that lands in not so good way. Usually fingers are the ones that are most often hit or broken, unfortunately. But it can also happen that strike on the torso lands in not so pleasant way, and strike on the head can usually make your mask hit your forehead or your nose, as I think this is the case now. So the sword itself is not something that will hurt you, but the mask that will get to your head. Arena number 2 started off pretty fiercely, obviously, because we already have 2 double hits. Fighters have to compose themselves, they have to be careful, protect themselves. Unless Alexander has a challenge that can prove that this exchange was valid, we will have third double kill in only 35 seconds. It will mean that there will be 1 double hit from 0 point match, and we really do not want to see that. We have first points in arena number 2 for Alexander Isic. He managed to get a hit on the head and receive 4 points for that. Arena number 1 match is finished with Oliver Garros as winner. Point difference was enough. So we will have Burak Yarar and Georgi Cifra in arena number 1. They are already at their places, so you can expect their match to start off soon. Meanwhile, at arena number 2, we still have 4-0 for Alexander. And we see Marco trying to get his sword from the central line, trying to get to deeper targets, maybe even get to draw point-wise. Both of them working really hard not to give up points. This was really nice. From the high stand, Marco manages to reach Alexander's hand and gets 2 points. So this is really now a fight of nerves, actually, more than swords. Six versus 2 now for Alexander, but Marco has a challenge. And Burak and Georgi started their match at arena number 1. Each fighter can have a cornerman from their school or whomever fighting and practicing HEMA for that matter. It is always good advice to have someone who can calm you down, give you some advice, propose the tactics, because when you're out of the ring and watching what is happening, it can be a bit clearer. So it is very nice to have someone at your side to assist. Alexander in arena 2 is leading now with 4 points difference, 6 versus 2. And Georgi got her first points in arena number 1 with strike to the body. At the moment, at arena number 2, we have a draw between Alexander and Marco, 6 points each. There is a bit more time, so probably there will be no 7-point difference here, but when the fight ends, after 2.5 minutes, we will see who has more points. It can perhaps also be a draw, in which case both Alexander and Marco will receive 2 points. There are some technical difficulties. They will be overcome very soon, but it is a good opportunity for fighters to take a deep breath and relax a bit and get ready for the rest of the match. At arena number 1, Georgi is leading, 3 versus 2, but Burak is giving a really strong fight for these points. Marco is now taking the lead in arena 2, 8 versus 6. Judges are just checking in arena number 1 where that hit landed in order to give a proper amount of points. Burak receives additional 2 points. So he's in the lead now, 4-3. They have 1 minute and a half left. And with this unsafe fencing, we have a first double kill in arena number 1. You always have to choose properly when you will attack. Oh. We had a slight slip from Burak here. Georgi used it. And over here at Arena 2, Alexander Isic is back in the lead with 1 point difference. "17 seconds left till the end of the match in arena number 2. 3 points difference. Three double kills and the last exchange. This is really risky now. Both fighters need to be really careful. And this is something that Alexander pulled out really nice. So he managed to make a strike on the hand and then make a redraw, get out of the range. We have a difference of 13-8 right now. Let's see if judges are going to make some additional calls. And after, this was a nerve-wracking exchange. So 13-8 in the end for Alexander Istic. Everybody was hoping not to get this last double kill. Luckily, we didn't. And I think this match was really nice. Over here at arena number 1, Burak is in lead with 7 versus 3 that Georgi has. They have 1 double kill for now, and let's hope that it will be first and last with 35 seconds left. At arena number 2, we have Mihovil and Mate getting ready for their match. Mate being red fencer and Mihovil is blue. So right now at arena number 1, we could see Georgi making really nice movements, managing to make a hit, which gave her 2 points. So it's 7 versus 5, under 30 seconds till the end of this match. In arena number 2, we had a couple of exchanges with 0 points. Both fighters being tall. This is going to be very interesting. We are in a final exchange at arena number 1 with 12 seconds left. And right second before the bell ring, judges called stop at arena number 1. They're making final consultations. Now let's see how many points and who will get them. So in the final exchange, Georgi got 4 points for the strike to the head. We will just have to wait for additional second to see how these consultations with Bura goes. If it is going to be accepted, because this is really turning the entire direction of this match. There was several 0-point exchanges, so this could really mean to both fighters a lot. And first points in the match in arena number 2 goes to Mate for the strike in the head. You can see in the minutes there are some points awarded. Fighters get a little bit more cautious, not going so directly into the distance, but going on the edge. And after final consultations in arena number 1, the decision stands and Georgi Cifra won this match. Mihovil got his first points in the arena number 2. Strike to the hand. Only 2 points now difference between these two fencers. Mate is now trying to see if he can move the sword from the central line to go into the attack. But Mihovil is standing his ground. Both of them playing at the edge of the distance. It now depends only who can do the better lunge, who can extend further. At arena number 1, we will have now Gombas Bence and Andras Berki, both from Hungary. Guys are getting ready. Andras, you're on. So Gombos gets first points in arena number 1 with strike to the hand. You could see that he was going really aggressive towards Andras, pushing him towards the ring zone. In the arena number 2, we saw Mihovil, I think, landing a pretty clean strike on the hand of Mate. Okay, obviously Mate made the strike as well, so Mihovil has a challenge. He does not accept that he was stricken. Mate admitted that he did not make a valid strike and this double hit is not counted, but Mihovil receives 2 points and now it's a draw, 4 versus 4 for them. It is always nice to see fencers being fair and honest, admitting if there was a quality hit or not, because it really means that they respect their opponent. But Mate makes a pretty nice recovery and strikes Mihovil to the arm, receiving additional 2 points. Mihovil now received additional points and he's in a lead, 7-6. They have 15 seconds till the end of the match now. So it's a really close call. And over here at arena number 1, we had a double hit in the meanwhile. So we again see that opponents respect each other by admitting where the strike landed. Gombos received now additional 2 points for his strike to the hand. Time is up in match in arena number 2, and Mihovil Skelin is the winner with 9-7. Back to arena number 1, we have a draw now because Andras made a hit to the head and it's 4-4. And we had both fighters going for Unterhau. They were going from the same side, so the swords got stuck. Let's see how the judges value that quality and if it is going to be a double hit or an afterblow. Okay, so the afterblow was out of tempo, and Andras is awarded with 3 points for strike to the torso. So it's 7-4 at this moment. And in arena number 2, we have match just starting between Zoltan Pal and Aleksandar Istic. And we saw really nice strike to the head from Zoltan. 4 points for Zoltan at the beginning. First double kill at arena number 2. Za sve oni koji nas prate ovde na sajmu, još jednom podsjetnik da se udarci, odnosno sečenje i bod u ruku i nogu vrednuju sa 2 poena, pogodak u telo donosi 3 poena, a pogodak u glavu i grlo nose 4 poena. Ukoliko mačevalac uspe protivnika da istera iz prstena koji predstavlja ring, prvi put borac koji je izašao iz terena dobije upozorenje, svaki sledeći put njegov protivnik može da dobije 3 poena. Prvi borac koji napravi razliku od 7 i više poena nosi pobedu, odnosno ukoliko istekne vreme meča, koje je 2,5 minuta, borac koji ima više poena u tom trenutku nosi pobedu. Pobeda nosi 3 poena, gubitak nosi 2 poena, odnosno 1 poen za ovu grupnu fazu borbe, a ukoliko je izjednačen rezultat, oba borca dobijaju po 2 poena. Ukoliko se desi da borci imaju 4 double killa u toku svog meča, oboje završavaju meč sa 0 poena. Ovo je najgore moguća situacija koja može da se desi za borce, zato što se svaki poen vrednuje za grupnu fazu. Možete primetiti da borci često kada se zada udarac, ukoliko su ga primili u neki deo tela koji nije glava, pokušavaju takođe da zadaju udarac nazad svojim protivnicima. To je takozvani afterblow, ukoliko je u tempu, može da anulira poene njihovih protivnika. Udarac u glavu je jedini udarac koji ne dozvoljava afterblow i posle njega ne može da se zada pokušaj vraćanja udarca, odnosno anuliranjem poena. Evo sada smo u areni broj 1 imali još jedan double kill, znači oba borca su udarila u isto vreme, bez ikakve namere da se zaštite. So we have similar results at both arenas. Arena number 1, Andras is leading with 10 versus 8, which Gombash has. And in arena number 2, Zoltan is leading currently with 10 points against Alexander, who has 6. And Alexander made a hit to the head with additional 4 points. There is a difference of 7 and more. Sorry, Zoltan makes this hit. So Zoltan is the winner of the match in arena number 2. Arena number 1 has a match also very close to the end. It's 23 seconds till the end now. 2 points difference and 2 double hits. For arena number 2, we have David Chege and Mihovil Skelling getting ready. We're on last exchange at arena number 1. And in the last exchange was in the end double kill in arena number 1, so Andras won with 2 points difference. Balázs and Burak are getting ready in arena number 1. And in arena number 2, David was appointed with 4 points for strike to the head. We have additional consultation with Mihovil, the other fighter. And in the end, decision stands, so we're going forward. This was a really nice riposte from Mihovil. David was trying to get into high stand and make a thrust to the head, but Mihovil moved his sword from the central line and I think landed hit on the head. We'll wait for the judge's final call. And yes, it was 4 points for Mihovil, so they're at tie. This was a really nice move from Balázs here in arena number 1, so trying to make a hit from one side and then going for Unterhau on the other. I think it landed properly. Yes, and now we have additional 2 points for Balázs. It's 4-2 now. At arena number 2, we still have some opponent measuring. This was sort of a diversion moment. David was going for a strike to the head, and while Mihovil was looking at that, he managed also to strike him on the arm. So it's 6-4 for David at this moment. And we have a ring out. This is a first warning for David. So next time when he steps out of the ring, Mihovil will receive 3 points. This was very nice. Thank you for the applause. Balash admitted that he got a hit to the head. Match in arena number 2 is coming close to an end. Fighters realize that, going all in. Everybody's sure it was a trust, but let's just check where did it land. It was thrust to the throat, which counts as 4 points, and this means that with the result of 13-4, David Chege is the winner of the match in the arena number 2. Back to arena number 1, we are still at draw 4-4. Marko Štuhec and Đorđe Rosic are next ones in arena number 2, and they're getting ready. Longsword tournament here has a great number of fighters. It is the larger tournament within Swordplay this year. This is why we have 8 groups, and in the elimination phase, which is tomorrow, there will be 1 competitor from each group. So everybody who has most points in their group will go further. This is why all the contestants are going for points in the match. They don't want to end up with 4 double kills. This match in arena number 1 was moving a lot in this last exchange. Perhaps there was a ring out. This is something that we will have to hear from the judge. 1 minute left, and only 1 double kill left for them. So they should be really careful now. Over here in arena number 2, we have Đorđe winning first 2 points. Arena number 1, we have a 0-point exchange right now. Everything is good, as long as we don't get that 4 double kill. As you can see, they're fighting. Oh, this was really nice. We saw a lot of strong exchanges in arena number 2 right now. This can be very tiresome for fighters. They need to get some air. So whenever judges take their time to consult each other, this is a good point for the fighters to get a bit of air. 2.5 minutes can sound really short for you, but believe me, when it gets to fighting, it lasts forever sometimes. Arena number 2, we have Marco in lead, 8 versus 2 right now. They have less than 20 seconds now, so let's see what will be this perhaps final call. Arena number 1 is still on 8-4. We had the last exchange with 0 points, and they also have less than 10 seconds, so 8 as a matter of fact. So this will be the last call. Balázs can keep his lead, or Burak can go for a draw. Let's see what will be the final call after these consultations. Let's follow this match in arena number 2 till the end. We had a 0 points exchange in arena number 2. Let's see, perhaps there will be the difference after these consultations with Marco. And meanwhile, match in arena number 1 is finished. Balázs is the winner. And now we will have Oliver Garas and Gombas Benz. And Marko Štuhec is the winner in arena number 2. Next on in arena number 2, we will have Peter Farago and Mate Kalmanagi. They are already at their places, just waiting to be marked. And we have both fights starting at the same time. This is not happening very often, so Let's see perhaps if there is going to be some duplicates in these arenas. Arena number 1 started off with some strong exchanges, but only hitting the sword. And judges called the stop. I think there was a hit on the arm. And we still have duplicates on both fields. Fighters opening up with 2 points with a hit to the arm. Arena number 1 is draw. 2 points for each player. Često na HEMA turnirima borci imaju pravo da izvode double killove i da ih to ne košta poena, to jest meča. To već prelazi u jednu vrstu sportskog mačevanja. Neke škole to preferiraju, dok druge ipak zagovaraju onu tradicionalnu školu, to jest način na koji su stari majstori mačevali. To često možete da primetite u borbama, tu razliku u pristupu mačevanju. Ponekad se to naziva i metagaming, kada se mačevalci ponašaju kao da ih double kill neće koštati života, već znaju da će im samo doneti određeni broj poena, odnosno da će anulirati poene njihovih protivnika. U slučaju Swordplaya ovo je nešto što se ne toleriše. Daje se jedino buffer borcima da eventualno 3 puta izvedu ovakvu vrstu napada, to jest nebezbedne napade. Možemo da tolerišemo 3 puta, dok se posle 4. napada na ovaj način oba borca kažnjavaju sa 0 poena u tom meču. Peter was a sportsman here, and he admitted that there was a hit to his head, which means that they are tied now for each. Mate was playing a bit defensive here, he was going forward, while Peter was going forward. Let's check what was the tempo here and where the hits landed. Perhaps, yes, there will be need for additional consultation with fighters. And back to arena number 1, we have Gombash in the lead with 8 points versus Oliver, who has 2. Unfortunately, we have already one double kill in this match. 0 points exchange at arena number 2. All the fighters really try their best. In all the movements, it can happen that they go to the one side and try to hit to the other. This leads to no quality. .40 seconds left for the match in arena number 1. Gomes is in the lead with 10 points versus Oliver, who has 4. So there is 1 point needed. Nice. There was 1 point needed for Gomes to make a 7-point lead. But with this exchange, I think it will be definitely not possible for him to finish the match. Oliver made a very nice hit. After this hit to the head, Oliver has 8 points. I guess that this fight will end in 2.5 minutes. And we will see who has more points at that moment. We had the last exchange at arena number 1. I think it was unsafe, but perhaps there was no quality from some of the fighters. This is the only thing that can save them from another double kill. But Gomes is in the lead point-wise, so if there is no points awarded now, meaning if it was a double kill or 0-point exchange, we can expect that red fighter will take the win here. And Mate is the winner in arena number 2. And we have really last exchange at arena number 1. 4 seconds till the end. We had a ring, we had a stop, all at the same time. Let's hear this final call and find out who the winner is. Meanwhile, in arena number 2, Georgi Dimitrov and Mihovil Skelin are getting ready. Georgi will be a blue fighter, Mihovil is the red one. And finally, in arena number 1, we have a winner. It's Oliver Garas with 12 points versus 10. It was really tough match. Next we will have Yusuf Sidar Sahin versus Georgi Tsifra in arena number 1. They're getting ready and we will start shortly. Meanwhile, fight in arena number 2 just commenced. We saw Georgi earlier in a side sword tournament. He showed off some great skills. Let's see how it goes for him now in the Longsword tournament. Again, both fighters have their cornermen, people from their club helping them to figure out what is the best tactics against the opponent that they do not know. that they never fought before. And Mihovil is starting off with 4 points for strike to the head. Mihovil has first warning for the ring out, so next time when he steps out, if this happens, Georgi will receive 3 points for that. As a matter of fact, for any other ring out, so it can happen more than once. In arena number 1, Yusuf started off with 4 points for strike to the head. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, fighters, admitting that there was a strike. In arena number 2, we can see a lot of circling around from the fighters, but for the long time they do not make any concrete attempts. And that leads to a double kill, unfortunately. Georgi in arena 2 received 2 points for the strike to the arm. And in arena number 1, Yusuf is leading with 6 points. We have a first double kill in arena number 1, so fighters were trying to hit each other with overhaul at the same time, but from the different sides. Unfortunately, this led to this double kill. And obviously, fight in arena number 2 is finished. Mihovil won with 8 points difference. So now we will have David Sege versus Peter Farago. Classmates, knowing each other, this will be fun. We had the second double kill in arena number 1. And just a second. Some technical difficulties. Getting the sword ready for the proper fighting. Very nice exchange. Yes, yes, this deserves an applause. Thank you. It was a bit longer, but we saw a lot of attempts from both sides. It's always nice to see that fighters are ready to go into longer exchanges, not afraid to push forward, but also defend themselves in order to get additional good position for a strike and possible points. Let's just see if this was clean enough. For avoiding points. And Yusuf receives additional 2 points, which gives him enough advantage for a point difference. And he is the winner of the fight in arena number 2. Over here, sorry, in arena number 1. Over here in arena number 2, actually, we have David in the lead, 4 versus 2 against Peter. And we had a rough strike to the leg. I hope it was more surprise than it was hard hit. Andrei Chirleston and Andras Berki are getting ready in arena number 1. Okay, David is continuing this fight. I guess he will be more careful. And yes, now he receives additional 4 points for strike to the head. But David manages to get additional points with strike to the arm, out of range, but with a one-hand extension. This is enough to reach David and to come back to lead. Last three groups in the Longsword tournament are bigger. They have 5 contestants each, so this is why they are lasting for a longer time. And fighters are aware of the fact that only one contestant from each group will go on in the elimination phase. This is why you can see that they are trying to get every point they can to make the point difference and ultimately win the group round.
In arena number 2, we have David managing to continue the fight even after a strike to the ankle of his leg. The fighters trying to use the maximum of what's left of the time in the match.
Very nice. Thank you, Andras, admitting that Andrei made a hit to the hand, awarding him 2 points.
Arena number 2, just 2 seconds on the clock. Fighters need to continue to fence actively. Arena number 2 ran out of time, and the red fighter, Peter Farago, won due to a lead in points of 2-point difference.
Andrei now attempted to make a sweep here in arena number 1. I think he missed, and this fact was punished by Andras. He went for a thrust to the body. It was, I think he reached him. There was moving backwards, so let's just check if judges decide if there was a quality, if he managed to reach him properly.
The next fight in arena number 2 is Mate Nagy versus Georgi Dimitrov. Mate being the blue fighter, Georgi being the red fighter. We saw a good example of half swording, attempting to get a stronger lever on the opponent's bind and trying to control. But the blue fighter managed to find a way for his point to the opponent's torso. In arena number 2, in this exchange we saw an example of one-handed swings. So even though the longsword is meant to be used with two hands, the swords are not heavy, and thus fighters are able to swing them competently even using one arm.
Well, we didn't see this before on a longsword tournament, or any other tournament for that matter. Luckily, we have judges to say stop.
Using one arm allows for further reach, but obviously if caught into a bind, the amount of pressure one can cause and inflict with one arm is significantly lower, making you more vulnerable to your opponent's thrusts, cuts, and just overall hard pressure if he catches you with two arms opposed to your one.
I already mentioned that we saw Georgi on side sword tournament. Seems that this is his weapon of choice, so since, as Dusan mentioned, these swords are not heavy, he's still using it for this tournament as well, so follow this guy. I think in 4 to 5 years there will be something great out of him.
Mate Nagi managing to win the fight with a score of 7-0. So blue fighter wins the match in round 2. The next match in Arena 2 is Peter Farago versus Mihovil Skelin. Peter being the blue fighter, Mihovil being the red fighter.
We had a double hit in Arena number 1. Since the points are not moving pretty fast here, I think that fighters are getting a bit impatient and seeing that there is no big difference. They're trying to either make it before the time runs out, or just make the opponent unstable and not focused enough in order to make some strikes during the last 30 seconds of the match.
In Arena 2, there is a significant height difference between the fighters. In HEMA and in fencing, in any sort of martial art, many things can lead to an advantage, height and reach being an advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that smaller fighters are strictly disadvantaged within the fight. When changing openings and height of an attack, it can be more difficult for higher fighters to defend all the guards, due to them having to cover a wider distance with their defenses. In Arena 2, we just saw pressure and just pushing the opponent out of bounds with the pommel and the offhand. In Arena number 2, we had a ring out, the first ring out within the match. Doesn't award any points, but every other ring out after the first one awards points to the opposing fighter. Meanwhile, in Arena number 1, Andrei is leading with a score of 7 to 4 versus Andras, who is the red fighter. Arena number 1 has both fighters with a point forward, attempting to move from Langort to Sprechfenster to win and provoke the center line. We saw an attempt of upsetting, but from the red fighter, but the blue fighter was quick to push the point aside. We'll see what the judges award. In arena number 1, Andrei is the winner, the blue fighter, with a score of 10-4 due to time running out. Arena number 2 has a score of 2 for Peter and 3 for Mihovil. The next fight in arena number 1 is Yusuf versus Burak. Both fighters come from Turkey. Yusuf Sidar Sain is the blue fighter and Burak Yarar is the red fighter in the match in arena number 1. Arena number 1 has the fight just starting, while the score in arena 2 is 4 for Peter and 3 for Mihovil. After a formal salute, fighters are free to do an informal salute, a tap of the swords. We can see in arena 1 the red fighter transitioning from guard to guard, going for low guards and then high guards, transitioning from Nebenhut, doing this with fluid motions and cuts, making it very difficult for his opponent to sneak in a hit, but still a skilled opponent can use a good tempo and follow the sword with Nachreisen. The fighters are free to call judges for consultation. The judge, after hearing what the fighter has to say, can consult the other fighter, the side judge, and then he can possibly change his initial call, his initial decision. In arena number 2, Peter Farago, the blue fighter, managed to achieve the win with a score of 10-3. Meanwhile, in arena number 1, the score is still 2-0 for Burak. So Arena 2 has finished with all of its matches. Arena number 1 has 7 more matches after this one. This is a group phase, and tomorrow we will have elimination phase. Longsword has 8 groups, and from each group, 1 fighter progresses forward. In case of a tie, we have tiebreakers to determine who goes forward. Arena number 1 just finished the match. Yusuf Sidar Sain managed to win the match with a score of 7-0, so the blue fighter wins the match. The next fight is Andre versus Gombas. Andre being the blue fighter, Gombas being the red fighter.
Although we had a fierce exchange here, it ended up with 0 points because both fighters managed to hit their targets. I think this is the same case, but only in a temple. And this will be most probably double hit. Okay, we still have 0 point exchange. Fighters are actually taking it slow, they're not rushing. But when it gets to exchange, they are trying to make the most out of it, whether it is an afterblow or just a pure block. Judges awarded 2 points to Gombas, but he has a comment regarding that. Decision stands. And this was a really clean strike to the hand. Just in between Andrei's move. Gomes made it. He landed a hit to the arm. And now we have a first double kill. This time there is no after blow, there is no 0 points exchange, so obviously hits landed at the same time, which is of course penalty. Both hits were from, let's say, right side, depending from where you look. So I think it will be main judge's call because he could see them. And yes, it was a 0 points exchange. We still have 1 minute for this match with 4 points for Gombas.
So the fighter is transitioning from a point forward guard to a retracted guard. When fighters have the point forward, they are more inclined to threaten with thrusts. But when their point and sword is retracted, strikes and cuts are already prepared and a lot faster. Judges are consulting with the fighters to see where a hit landed. Different zones award a different number of points, and it's also important to see if there was a potential afterblow. Other things that can influence whether an attack can be worth points is edge alignment, hit quality, amount of pressure that's used to deliver the strike. So we need all of these components to make a quality strike. And on the other hand, we don't want the fighters to go in too hard, believing that they need to use excessive force to demonstrate their ability to land a good strike. good strikes and strikes that are awarded points fall somewhere in between light taps and hard and heavy hits. The current score is 6-3 for Gombas. 35 seconds on the clock. The fighters have one double kill. We saw an example where the blue fighter was leading the measure, walking forward, while the red fighter was maintaining the distance and walking backwards. Both fighters trying to get a better angle. That's where lateral motion comes in. When you move to the side, you open up alternative angles that can allow you different targets for your strikes. The previous exchange was a double kill, both fighters landing their attacks at the same time. This is their second double. The fighters only have room for one more double kill. Afterwards, the fourth double would cause them to both lose the match. We saw the blue fighter attempt a thrust to a high target, to the chest. The red fighter tried to parry and deliver a cut. We'll see what the judges call.
So judges called 3 points for blue fighter, for Andrei. We will just have to wait for additional second because Gombas had some comments regarding this exchange. Perhaps he claims that hit landed on other part of the body or that there was an afterblow that judges might not see or did not see. We remind again that judges' call is final one, but fighters still have this opponent to use the challenge, say what they felt, say what they did with their strikes. In this case, challenge was accepted and we have a 0-point exchange.
The judge changing his initial call, making the score 8-3 for Gombas. Seven seconds left on the clock for we'll see what the judges call, but the fighters potentially have time for just one more exchange.
This was probably a ring out. This will be definitely a fun little exchange with just a couple of seconds left here.
Time on the clock has run out. We'll see what the judges call for this exchange.
Gombos is definitely in the lead point-wise, so no matter, I think, what the call is, it cannot be reached. So, but we will wait, of course, to hear it officially.
Yes, even in the case if it was a double, it would be their third and not their fourth, so the match already feels decided. Judge awards 3 points to the blue fighter, but that is not enough to change the outcome of the match. The match ends with a score of 8-6 for Gombos. The red fighter wins the match.
Georgi Cifra now fights against Irena Matovic. Ladies, this is the first two girls match in a longsword tournament here at Swordplay. Let's see how ladies do it. And they start off strong with first double kill. Of course, this can always happen when fighters don't know each other because they're trying out the tactics, see what works. So it can end badly. But hopefully they will get into the tempo and get some ideas for the forthcoming rounds.
You want to feel out how aggressive and how trigger happy, how jumpy your opponent is. Sometimes it's good to go all in with an attack just to see how your opponent responds. Other times you want to go with a provocation and feint and just show intent and possibility and see if your opponent reacts to that. Both fighters going from Longsword. Even after a potential hit has landed, fighters continue the exchange until the judge stops and separates them. They are sometimes not sure if their hit will have initial quality or what their opponent is doing, and therefore want to assure possible future hits and remain safe, trying to control their opponent's weapon.
And it's a tie at this moment with both competitors landing a strike to the head. So 4 versus 4. And I think Georgi made a Nice hit to the body now. Let's see only if after blow will be counted in this exchange.
We saw an attempt of Georgi to do a double tap to confirm her hit, but it's possible that the red fighter managed to squeeze an attack in between those two hits, making for a potential afterblow.
And as we predicted, there was a quality afterblow, so it's a 0-point exchange. Fighters protecting themselves, not giving up points that easily.
We can see both fighters entering measure, putting pressure on the opponent with their point, and then from a point forward stance, choosing to go into strikes and taps, throwing their sword out in a flicking-like motion. Both fighters are going for deep targets, so entering measure with a point forward and then continuing the threat to the head and to the torso.
And since we had a strike to the head, no afterblow can be awarded. So we have 8 points for Georgi now and 4 for Irena. Still enough time to make different results on both sides.
The red fighter Irena Matovic seems to have an increasing number of people in her corner.
Right now we're on number 5 of cornermen versus 1 on the blue side.
The score of 8-4 for Georgi. There's 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Sufficient time for the fighters to score some quality hits. Only one double for now in this match.
We had a bit longer exchange right now. I think Irena made the first strike, but Georgi went on with striking, so we will have to see. Okay, Georgi made the first hit actually, which gives her advantage enough for finishing of the match. There is no challenge, so 12-4 is the final result of this match. Please, let's have a big applause for both ladies. This is really nice. Thank you, girls. So we are T-5 matches till the end of this group phase of the Longsword tournament. Right now we have Andras versus Katalin. Andras being blue fighter and Katalin is of course red. And Katalin took first points in this match with hit to the head. With the false edge, Andras made a hit to the head. After that, there is no after blow, so we have 6-4 this moment. We saw slicing, we saw hitting. Judges will have to decide which came first, if it was at the same time or it was an after blow. Right now you can already feel that competitors are getting tired. Stamina is running out. We are here in entire day. Judges decided that red fighters should receive 4 points for strike to the head, but we will have to wait for a second more to see what the consultations with Andras will bring. Perhaps he felt the hit landed somewhere else. We had a nice Unterhau movement from Andras right now. I think there was no after blow. But it was on the other side, so I hope that side judge managed to see everything. Yes, 2 points are awarded for a blue fighter, and now their draw, 8 versus 8. And they have some time, under 2 minutes. Okay, we saw a bit of snail love, as sometimes it's called, when fighters get really close to each other, their hands go up in the air because they're trying to push their opponent. Usually this does not end well for fighters. 2 points are awarded to Katalin. I think this was a pretty clear double hit. Perhaps judges will prove me wrong, but for one side we had a hit on the head and on the other there was a strike to the body. Yes, that's right. We have a first double kill in this match. Less than a minute for the fighters. 10 to 18 points. And again we have a draw. 2 points each. Around 35 seconds left, so fighters will have to do something if they wish to win 3 points in this match. Otherwise, if it is draw when the time runs out, they will both receive 2 points. No points for this last exchange. There was grapple, but none of the fighters had advantage position. Okay. We had, I think, hit on the head from Andash on the left side of his opponent, but there was an afterblow. So if I'm right, if it was a hit on the head, afterblow will not be counted, but if it landed somewhere else, there is a chance that afterblow will be counted in this exchange. Okay, it was not head, obviously, so 0 point exchange again. Something above 10 seconds left, so we will probably get into the last exchange after this decision. It is draw. They have one double kill. So really, this is going to be a match with a golden hit. One that will decide all. Volunteers and people from Infopult, volonteri i ljudi sa Infopulta, ako možete samo da sredite putokaz koji se nalazi kod On kafe, malo je posrnuo, kasno je i on je umoran. Ili ga skupite i sklonite ga u ostavu ili probajte da ga popravite. Hvala. "14 seconds left. With this draw, it is going to be really nerve-wracking. I guess that both fighters want to have this fight after all that they put in it. Andras received 2 points in the previous exchange, 12 to 10. We already heard a ring for the end of this match, so 2.5 minutes passed of the official fight. This is the last consultation, and let's hear the final call. Zero points exchange, so Andras is the winner with 2 points of difference. Really tough and long match. A bit of applause for them. Thank you. Balazs and Yusuf are next. Nikola Katić se moli da dođe na borilište da bi zamenio jednog od sudija. Hvala. So after this match, we have 3 more left. As you can see, besides stamina, fencers need also patience. Waiting for your match can sometimes be nerve-wracking, make you nervous, so you really need to know how to focus and be relaxed. So we have first 2 points in this match. Yusuf received them for striking his opponent's hand. Zero points exchange in this moment, so we are still on 2 points difference. Probably this is going to be a hit to the hand. 2 points are awarded for blue fighters, so they are tied. 2 points each. Well, besides this being really painful hit to the leg. Yes, it is after blow in the end. It was not at the same tempo, so it's not a double kill. So the only one losing here is Balazs because he got really nasty hit to the leg. 2 points now awarded to Balash for hit to the arm. The afterblow had no quality, so it could not be annulled. And now we have one hand extension for strike to the leg, and 2 points are awarded to Yusuf, so we are draw again, 4 points each. When fighters get in the moment that they're attempting to strike at the same time, it can always be a problem to figure out who was first and if it was with quality. So they try to make a good argument for their points and their strikes. And we have a first double kill with minute and couple of more seconds left till the end of the match. Yusuf is leading with 6 points towards 4 which balance has. Because we had a movement of the equipment, but I think it's okay. Back in its place. And right after the first, we have a second double kill. Okay. We had a hit to the leg. Perhaps the judges want to decide if it was of a quality or it was just hit in the leg protector, so it made a sound. So Yusuf is awarded with 2 points for this strike to the leg. There is no complaint from the other side. They're moving on, 8-4. Under 1 minute till the end of the match. So this was a last double kill that was tolerated. Buffer is all out after one more double kill. If it happens, both fighters will end this match with 0 points. And unfortunately, we reached 4 double kills, so this is a loss for both fighters. They are ending this match with 0 points. It happens. Next, we have Oliver Garaš and Andrei Chirleson. Oliver being blue fighter and Andrei will be red. Classmates remaining around, cheering for their teammates. Yay! That's the way, guys. Nice, really nice. So 4 points are awarded to Andre for thrust to the head, and he's now in the lead 4-2. Oh, this was really fast. I think that we have a possible double kill. Yes, it's a first double kill. Fighters have to be cautious not to end up as a previous pair. So this is why they are just measuring out their distance, seeing if they can make a hit with a one-handed extension. Oliver made a strike to the arm, 2 points, and now they're tie. You can see Andre now going in pretty fiercely, going straight for the hit, not giving any moment for Oliver to think of the tactic. And this leads to the second double kill. Four points now awarded to Andre for strike to the head, and now he's taking the lead again. Now going to really high stand, trying to provoke his opponent to make a move and perhaps then do something, but unfortunately this did not work for the fighters and they are on their third double kill. So again, buffer is spent, one more double kill and this will end as a previous match with 0 points. We have a 0 points exchange now. Okay, Oliver has a comment, challenge. So the fighters came really close at this exchange, and we saw Oliver trying to push his opponent with elbows, just trying to put him in a better position for the hit. But in the end, it stayed the same result-wise, so 10-6 for Andre. And they have around 20 seconds left. So soon enough, we will come to the last 10 seconds of the fight, and this will mean also the last exchange. Okay, let's see. Judges awarded additional points to Andre, which would make this 7 points difference. He could win the match, but very nice, very nice. Andre admits that there was an afterblow, so there is no points awarded in this exchange. We're still on 10 versus 6. Last seconds of this match. We have a ring out. Let's see if this is the only call that judges will make, or there were also some hits. We are 4 seconds away from the end of this match. Oliver received 3 points. There is 1 point difference right now. They're 1 double hit away from 0 point match. Hopefully this will not happen. Last 4 seconds are enough for them to reach each other and make some move that would not be good for neither of them. So let's see. Okay, judges made the call that 4 seconds are not enough for anything. 4 seconds are not enough for anything concrete, for any nice and clean moves, so they call it. And the match is over, so we would like to ask previous contenders to move from the field when they finish talking to judges. So Irena and Burak can start fighting. So we are 2 matches to the end of this round. Burak and Irena are ready. Friendly salute, and they're off. We see Burak ready for half sorting. Okay, he gave up the idea. Perhaps it took too long to make a move. Irena opened this match with 4 points, with strike to the head. Burak is again going for half sorting. If he made attempt to strike, this would be a very strong and precise hit. Very nice, very nice. Well, another hit to the head means that Irena won with 8-0. Very nice, thank you guys. And we reached the final match of this round. Katalin versus Gombas. Please guys, join us here at arena number 1. Katalin will be a blue fighter and Gombas is red one. Gombas opened this final match with 2 points. Strike to the hand. Oh, miss of the body means strike on the floor. You can see his sword being all wobbly from the force that he used. And we have a first double kill. Really wide strikes. They slow contestants down. They are really strong, but they take longer time to land. And if opponent realizes this, they can use it, make a fast and clean strike, either to torso that is not protected at that moment of the swinging, or to the hand. Okay, 2 points now for Katalin, and their draw. So after consulting with fighters, the decision was changed, and instead of awarding points, we have a second double kill. We have a third double kill called out by the judges. Katalin seems to have a challenge here. So the buffer is used. If there is one more double kill, this match ends with 0 points. There is still enough time to make a clean match, to win with awarded points. And Gombash now receives additional 2 points, so it's 4-0. And 2 more points for red fighter, so it's 6-0. Oh, okay, nice. This was a clean hit. And this is a clean win, 8-0 for Gombash. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our group phase of Longsword. It was really long. Can you imagine? Okay, thank you all for sticking around with us. We'll see you tomorrow from 10 when eliminations start for all 3 swords officially. From 9. Okay, sorry, correction. From 9 tomorrow morning. So get rest if you can, and nevertheless be ready for tomorrow. Over and out.